Working now. Mary, you want to call the meeting to order so we can open it up?
Yes, let's go. Good morning. Let's call the meeting to order. Roll
Thank you,
call,
Mayor.
please.
Yes, sir, Mayor. 1A, roll call, possible action on excusing of any absent members of the governing body. Imelda?
Mayor Ambrosio Hernandez,
Present.
Commissioner Elizar Guajardo,
Present.
Commissioner Bobby Carrillo, Commissioner Ramiro Caballero,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Daniel Chavez, Commissioner Ricardo Medina,
Present.
Commissioner Itza Flores. We have a quorum.
Okay. Do you have a motion to excuse absent members?
Move to excuse absent members.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 2, public testimony. Anybody sign up, Imelda?
No, sir.
No public testimony. Okay, on to 3A, vocal remarks by City Manager and/or Mayor. Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for showing up. This is our 2021-2022 budget workshop. We have a good workshop for you all. We have a balanced budget as of today. We are going to have a couple of new things. Just because of the time of the year and the situation of the weather, we're going to kick off the meeting with a weather report from Danny for the rest of this week. Also, we are going to get into some fleet strategy changes we want to propose to you all. And then now with the addition of EMS and broadband, we're recommending to do those into executive session because we have a competitive advantage there. We're competing against the private industry, so we're going to do those and bridge and executive. So any questions you have for bridge, Wi-Fi, on broadband, or EMS, we'll take up an executive. So thank you. Danny, come on up. Just hit the button to turn on.
Ready to turn on. Good morning, everybody. This is Daniel Ramirez. I'm the EMS chief and also deputy emergency management coordinator for the city of Florida. Okay, hold on. Sorry. All right. So as of yesterday, there's a tropical storm or a depression called Grace by the name of Grace. You can see the current forecast track is going to come south of us, but we are still 5 to 6 days away. Yesterday, this track had it going north into Louisiana. As this morning, the track has it going south of us. We're still, like I said, 5 to 6 days away, so they're unsure of where this thing's going to go. So once it breaks into the Gulf of Mexico itself, that'll determine which way it's going to go. As emergency management coordinators, we're keeping an eye on this to make sure that we're ready in case something comes toward the city. As city directors, everybody's making sure that everything's on track in their departments in the event that we do get this tropical storm and/or hurricane as it gets closer. But it's something that we need to keep an eye on, even though it's 6 days away. We have to be vigilant and ready to respond in case we need anything. Is there any questions on this?
Oh, actually, I have a question. Comment first. I know you guys are always keeping us up to breast, and especially with the comp center, it helps quite a bit to have that information. You'll be sending alerts, I assume, to the public via text and also on social media when a certain time comes that we have to get sandbags for the public. And second thing is, I saw Ms. Garza's here today, Olga, and I'm sure she's been brought up to speed when it comes to our canals, right? We've been every year, right? We keep them clean, but since we've implemented a new plan, we maintain them consistently. I just want to make sure that you and her work together to be sure that that plan that we had implemented over a year ago, that they're undergoing constant surveillance and they're kept clean, so that we have our channels ready to accept any and all water from the city of FAR for storage until the county's infrastructure is in place. But we don't want to be hindered by waiting till the last minute.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So as we get closer, if we determine that we're going to open up sandbag operations, we will send that information out over Code Red and social media. Additionally, Pilar Rodriguez, who is the interim public works director and is also deputy MC, has met with Olga and talked about our plans as far as pre-position equipment, pumps, sandbag operations, and also the drainage canals.
Great. Thank you.
I had brought you all a month ago a video for budget to engage the survey. We have some good results in the survey.
Good morning, Mayor and Board of Commissioners. For the record, my name is Melanie Cano. I'm Director of Office of Organization and Strategic Excellence. Just give me a few seconds to load. Okay. So like Mr. Wiley said, about a month ago, we officially rolled out the Budget Priority Citizen Survey. And our main focus was to get valuable data from the citizens, so that way we as a city can determine and develop the upcoming fiscal year. So we're going to briefly go over those results. We had a total of 892 responses, and that's as of Thursday, August 12th. Our key product offerings are what those 34 answer choices include, and they include quality of life, public safety, customer service, and economic development. So this right here includes the data that we received for the survey results to invest. The question that was asked here for the citizens to answer was to select 10 from the responses, so that way we can highlight on those top 10. As you can see, the first one is after-school program, and it's going to go in order from the largest to the smallest. We have after-school program, athletic program, animal services, Keep Far Beautiful, street maintenance, pools, aquatic centers, and so on. So I'm going to move forward to the top 3 to invest, because it's really important that we highlight on those numbers. As you can see, it's the after-school program, that's at 43%, and the athletic programs at 37.3%, and then we have animal services at 37.2%. So the after-school program and athletic programs, those are 2 that are offered by Parks and Recreation. Those were the ones with the highest responses. And then we have animal services, and that includes, enforcement, public education, adoption, pretty much everything related to animal care. Then we move forward to the survey results for reduction. This also included the 34 choices, but we also added on there the none of the above, because we did have a few citizens that were asking, what if we don't want anything to get reduced or eliminated? So in this particular case, we're going to focus on the top 3 to reduce, and the top one was none of the above. That came out at 31.2%, and then we have the Tierra del Sol golf course at 20.1%, and then volunteer services, and that includes citizen volunteer programs. So I included this part of the presentation just so that way, again, we can keep this in mind when we're developing the budget. Again, the top 3 are included above: after-school program, athletic programs, and animal services. And then the top 3 for reduction or elimination, that includes none of the above, Tierra del Sol golf course, and volunteer services. Now, this next slide, I really wanted to include so that way you can keep in mind that the question that we asked the public was, for those programs that you rank the highest, how likely would you support paying more in taxes or fees to improve the quality? So as you can see, the very likely and likely, it's a combined percentage of almost 50%. So that's really important to show. And then we have neither likely nor unlikely at 31.52%, and then unlikely at 9.18%, and very unlikely at 9.66%. So those are the results that we have right now. The budget is expected to continue until the month of August, end of the month of August, so that way we can have a final formal presentation for you at the end of the month, or early September. So that's all I have for you this morning. If there aren't any questions.
Yeah, is Sergio here with you today?
I'm sorry?
Is Sergio here, right? I saw him today. Sergio, please,
Come on up.
right?
Sergio? Yes.
Yeah. That way you guys can, both of you can answer the questions and comment. Good presentation. I'm glad you did the survey. The only downside is, I would tell you, to make, you need to make the survey larger. I know you got the 3 parts of the city, split it, but make it bigger in number. When it comes to, it's interesting that the public is interested in the after-school programs. Now, Sergio's been at the forefront with the school district to be sure that we take care of our children. It was over, what I remember was over $1 million we would spend, and in combination working with the local school districts to be sure that the children were safe and they had programs to be done at their location, so parents don't have to be going back and forth. I think right now we're looking to, and that's what I want to say to clarify. I think right now we're looking to either redo the program. It's not because we're not willing to, it's just we're having issues with the school district, specifically PSJ. So either we continue with them or we expand with other school districts. That's one, and I don't know what Sergio want to do with that. The second one is I know that through him and the city manager, they've been acquiring assets so that if we can't come to a conclusion, a positive one, then we will expand our infrastructure to be sure the residents are far and the children have proper infrastructure, courts, whatever they need to have the programs, and we're not so dependent on any one school district. I prefer to be in partnership, but if we have to go it alone, then we'll go it alone. But I just want the public to know, and I'd like to do some comments from Sergio on that. And then the third one, the animal services, you're right. People do love their animals a lot. And I was just telling my fellow commissioners that, my family had gotten sick and they were more concerned about my dogs than asking if I was sick. So I know that a lot of people love their pets, whether it's dogs or cats or birds, whatever they're having. One of the interests that we have is that we're looking to do, just so you know, Melanie, is that there is a large need for animals to be taken care of, not only whether it's being neutered, vaccines, tracking, whatever they're going to do. And we have such a large population there, the commission will be considering in the future whether to partner with a school and or a veterinary school, to be precise, to expand services in the city for our own. But that'll be coming. But I'm glad that animal services popped up because we were thinking about that already. So, but anyway, Sergio.
Morning, Sergio Alaniz, Parks and Rec Director. So I guess in reference to the after-school program.
Yes, sir.
I did speak to the city managers. We did reach out to the school district, and they have expressed interest in resuming the after-school program.
Okay.
The one that we have done for the past couple of years. We did suspend it in, I think, March of 2019 because of COVID, so this will be the first time that we bring it back. So yeah, we just need to get ready to hire and stuff like that, and we'll get it back going. Same thing with the sports, with our athletic programs as well. They have asked us to resume that as well in their facilities. So we'll prepare.
Just be sure as you go forward to hire employees, if you can do your best to hire from within the city of FAR, and if not, from the PHA area.
Yes.
When it comes to the future employees of those departments.
Yes, sir.
That's all the question comments I have. I don't know if somebody else does.
Melanie, seems like, almost 50% of the responses as far as athletics and after-school activities. If you make the survey larger, I think later on, it'd be interesting to see what the demographics are, because I would imagine that the FAR residents with children are the ones that are responding. So it'd be interesting to see what the older communities is, what their priorities are.
We actually did include more demographics. Once we formalize the summary at the end of August, I'll present that to you. Because we did include age group, residential, whether they have a single family or other.
Okay.
We included the geographic location, so we'll present that to you. And we have an option to filter those results, so that way we can see the respondents per demographic.
Okay, thanks.
Did you get any open comments, any written comments? And specifically, I'm interested in the golf course. Because I just want to know what people are saying about it.
We did get comments, but I don't think any were pertaining to the golf course.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Sergio. Okay, Mayor, Commissioners, any last questions before we get into the budget for this year? Ciao. Okay, sorry, as for the survey results, there was only 800 there. Our target was 7,000, which was 10% of the population. We're having a little trouble getting there. Even we reach out to the staffing agencies and they have nobody to employ. People don't want to work right now. It's hard to get there, but we'll get there as soon as we can. We did shoot for the end of August because this was originally set for August 26th.
Yes.
So we moved it up. So in the first meeting in September, we'll give you all the results we have.
I think even if it takes you to even past this workshop, but if it takes you to the end of the year, the new year, I think you should still continue doing the survey so we can get a good snapshot of a good representation of the population.
Sure,
What they truly want.
Yeah, I think we're going to do that. And we're going to do it year round also for next budget year.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
get ahead for next budget year.
Great.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is that on?
Okay, let's get him mic'd out. She thinks she's J-Lo, I think. Hello, J-Lo. Listo. Alrighty.
Morning
Morning.
to the 2021-2022 budget workshop. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. I know the numbers can be overwhelming sometimes when they get presented, so please stop me if you have any questions, because I know what I'm presenting exactly, but sometimes you can get lost a little bit.
No, just the back ones. I'm sorry, hold on. Just turn on all the backlights like I had before. There you go.
Like that? Okay. So I'm just going to start mentioning like a little bit of a recap of what we discussed in last year's budget workshop. One of the main things, obviously, was COVID, the pandemic. So there was a lot of uncertainty of how it was going to affect our revenues. We knew at that point that we had already lost at least $500,000 in recreational revenue due to closing all the parks programs and the aquatic, and was, of course, that affected us $500,000. So one of the major highlights that we wanted to make sure to the public is that we were going to be conservative in all our projections to balance the 2021 budget. We also discussed, like we always do every year, the growth that we have in property tax values. Last year, we grew 8.61%. It was one of the major growths that we have in the last 7-8 years. And I have a slide later, and I'll show that to you. We also discussed the water and sewer projects that equal like $35 million. So that was one of the main things. And of course, like every year, we also talked about all of our debt obligations. Now let's talk about the current fiscal facts for this existing fiscal year. We have a month to go. Well, not even, yes, a month and a half to go. So we're almost there. So we're gonna concentrate right now on the major sources of revenue and how are we doing as of right now compared to other years. So of course, our major source of revenue is property tax and sales tax. Property tax revenue, if you notice the graph, from $21.5 million, we're expected to be at $23.21 million by the end of this fiscal year. And that growth, that extra collection, it's due to an equivalent to $238 million additional in appraised value. So the values from 1920 to 2021 increased $238 million. Out of those $238 million, $100 million is a new property. So I just wanted to make that note. And again, that's from 1920 to this current fiscal year.
Real quick, I know I told you I was gonna ask a lot of questions, but I do.
Ask away.
Is that more commercial or is that residential? Do
We have a breakdown.
It's actually both, and I'm gonna show the
Okay.
breakdown for this, yes. Now, sales taxes. This is actually the one that it's blowing everybody up, especially in the city of FAR. Last year, one of the highlights that I mentioned is that even though COVID impacted so many cities, we weren't as affected as the neighboring cities, right? So if you notice, from 1819, we were at $20.44 million. We ended up at 20.87. So the sales tax revenue actually didn't go down because of COVID. Maybe they didn't go up as expected, but we're blessed enough to keep enough collections. Now, because we were trying to be conservative, our estimated projections for this year, I think we did like a 2%. So we were very conservative, and we projected like a $21 million collections for this current fiscal year, and we're actually projected to be at $25 million. So that's a 20% increase compared to last year. And if you notice, the biggest that we've had in the last 5 years is 11.9%. So 20% is huge. Now, what does that mean? That collection. Here, I'm showing what we actually projected or budgeted for fiscal year 2021. We break it out by month so that we can have an idea of how much we expect to collect on a monthly basis. So if you notice, month by month, the highest one that we got actually is the one for August. $912,000 more than expected. So the total so far is $3.3 million more than we budgeted. So that's huge. Now, I'm being very, very conservative in September because we don't have those numbers yet. But if we get an average of what we have collected in the last 3 months, we will probably get another $2.5 million. So that number, more than likely, is going to go up. So those are very good news. Of course, this is total collection of sales taxes. One portion goes to PDC, so I like to show it there how much additional goes to each one. So approximately $2.5 million to the general fund and an additional $872,000 to the PDC. Now, those are the sources of revenue, the major sources of revenue, and what's relevant this year. Now, let's talk about the expenses. Also, with the growth of revenue, of course, expenses are expected to grow. What you see right here is the official adopted budget in the first column, what we adopted last year, $56.5 million. Throughout the year, of course, there's changes, and we gotta keep up with the changes, and we gotta move. So the amended budget as of right now, it's a total of $59.5 million. We've increased it by 5%. Now, those amendments, a lot of those amendments, and I'll do a summary in a little bit in the next couple of slides. A lot of it's one-time expenditures that we have to, emergencies that happen through the year that we have to add in the budget, and that totals that $3 million right there. So right now, our budget, general fund budget in expenditures, it's a $59.5 million. Any questions so far in this slide? Slow me down if I'm going too fast or, okay. Now, I showed this slide last year, and I like to show it so that you can see how we started. Obviously, we always start with a balanced budget, $56.5 million. Then we had amendment number 1, amendment number 2, and amendment number 3. And here is the $59 million current budget amended. Now, those negative numbers that you see at the bottom, even though it's negative, what it means is that it's covered by the fund balance that we have. The City of Park has an extremely healthy fund balance. And as long as those red numbers are due to one-time expenditures, it's allowable for us to cover it with available resources that we have, which we do. Now, again, this is just budgeting. We're just projecting. At the end of the day, even though the third column says that we're negative $2.73 million, the actual projected, we're going to be at a positive of $525,000. So and that's mainly due to the excess sales taxes that we received. Because of that money that we weren't expecting, we were able to not even use fund balance at all and cover that negative with the current revenues for this year. If you notice, for example, the transfers, we budgeted $9.6 million. they're gonna end up being at 7.6 million because the general fund didn't need those transfers, additional transfers at the end of the day. Because the sales tax and the property taxes and other sources of revenue are enough to cover. Now, the summary of those amendments, which again, a lot of them are one-time items, are listed there. Christmas bonuses paid in December 2020. Like I mentioned, it's been two, 3 years that we've issued the bonuses. Those bonuses are only if we receive excess sales tax money. So again, it's a one-time thing. So it was automatically covered. Purchase of capital equipment. We had the additional, the park bench deli, with the new renovated first floor. So of course, added staff and equipment. We also added a total of 21 FTEs, and I'm gonna show the table in the next slide so that you can see, maybe it sounds too many, but as the city grows, employees, of course, are needed. We did some compensation adjustments due to the storm that hit us this year. We had to increase our budget in street materials, so we amended that. And also, we increased the festivals budget. I put that in parentheses, including festivals in calendar year, because at the end of December, which is already gonna be fiscal year 21-22, the city is proposing to have, for the first time, a New Year's event. So, but of course, preparations and everything, we have to start spending money, right? So we reflected those expenditures in this fiscal year so that we can start getting ready for that. So, of course, since it's the first time that we're doing that festival, it's gonna be a big amount. So we show a big increase in our festivals in this fiscal year, but next year it's gonna be reduced, of course. This is a summary of the positions that have been added through this fiscal year. Remember, we're still in current year, 2021. So you noted you have the deli manager, assistant to deli manager, deli clerks. We added 2 positions for IT, cybersecurity analyst and network analyst. And the main one was 8 telecommunication officers. Due to the new EMS service that we have, of course, we're in need of more communication dispatchers, so we had to add 8. And there was a new department created, which is Melanie's department. So, of course, a director and an assistant director was created. So that gives a total, it adds up, and it adds a total of 21 FTEs that we have added. Any questions for the current budget? No? Okay, so now let's talk about the new budget, which is already gonna start in October 1st. So again, main source of revenue, property taxes. So how are the property tax certified values look? So last year we had an increase of 8.6%. This year we have 6.88% in growth. So from $3.46 billion, we're at $3.69 billion. I like to show that breakdown always to see, so that you can see how much is residential and how much is commercial. Now, I added this next slide so that you can see the increase. Obviously, it's gonna be in real property. Like that's the breakdown on that the county gives. So 7% higher in real property. Within those 7% and with that real property, you have your single-family residential, multi-family residential, and the commercial industrial. Yes, so that's how much each category grew. And in millions of dollars, that's equivalent to like $72 million new property this year. This graph just shows, and I always show it just so that you can see since the last 5 years how much the city has been growing in net taxable value. The lowest that we have was in 1819. We made it up in 1920. We've had one of the biggest last year, the 8.6, and right now we're at 6.88, which is still pretty good. We're hoping that number to keep going up. So now, those $3.69 billion translates to a total of $25.2 million to be levied for the city of FAR. That's assuming 100% collection. So 19.9 goes to the general fund for operations, and $5.3 million goes to cover for debt service.
That's projected, right?
Yes. Yes, that is projected. And that is based on the property tax rate that we have with the current net taxable value.
And with what we're thinking growth is gonna be. And what we think growth is gonna be?
With what growth is at already.
Okay.
Because we're reflecting the growth in that amount.
Okay.
It's growth that we have. We might have more growth, but we're not gonna see it until the next year. Now, how much is that additional compared to last year to the general fund and to the debt service? So that 6.88 increase translates to $1.62 million additional to be collected for 21-22. $1.28 million alone for the general fund and $0.34 million additional for the debt service. Out of that $1.62 million, about $495,000, it's due to that new property added. I mean, and the rest was just due to the increase in valuations and everything. But $500,000 alone is thanks to all the property and all the additions of commercial and multi-residential complex and subdivisions. This is a snapshot of the general fund revenues. I'm comparing the revenues per category from this proposed budget 21-22 compared to what we adopted last year. I circle the main ones, the big ones that show the main increase: general tax revenue and transfers others. The proposed budget for 21-22, we're proposing to be at $69.38 million compared to $56.3 last year. And it's equivalent of 22.8%. Now that seems a lot, and it is a lot, but there's reasons behind it. So where is this change? First of all, like I mentioned, the sales taxes and the property taxes. 13% increase in revenue just from those two items. We increased 6.88% in the property taxes, and it's reflected in here. So we're gonna get an additional $1.2 million for the general fund, just in property taxes. And like I mentioned, sales taxes was a huge jump this year. So we're expected to collect an additional $3.4 million in sales taxes. So that's a total of $4.7 million alone that we're gonna have just to add more operations to the general fund. Now, the other major change or increase in revenue sources to balance the general fund has always been the transfers in. The bridge, as you are very aware, has always contributed to the general fund for operations and to help to keep the property tax rate the lowest that we can. So, but this year, we have two new main projects. One, which is the existing EMS, which is the ambulances, and that one it's working already and ready to go. So, of course, that's a money-making business, just like the bridge. And we have the fiber project. Both of those are enterprise funds, which means that the city, they're gonna generate money. Not only gonna generate money, they're gonna have a net profit at the end of the fiscal year, just like the bridge and utility does. And of course, all that money, was what are we gonna do? We're gonna use it to help the citizens. So it gets transferred to the general fund to help keep the tax rate low. So those two transfers from EMS, $3.2 million, and from fiber, $2.2 million, that's an additional almost $5.5 million that we're gonna have more in the general fund for operations this coming fiscal year. Now, of course, like always, we're always conservative. Yours truly tries to be, on the conservative side, but those numbers might go, be even higher.
Or lower.
Huh?
Or lower.
Or low, but it's by trend, it's always been higher. To my experience.
Hey, Debbie Downer. No, sir. It's always going to be better. Always, sir.
Yes. So now that's on the revenue side. Now, these are the expenditures. This is what we're growing. So we're growing 22.8% from last year to 21-22, and this is the breakdown per department. So I guess I like to show that graph so that you can see which department is getting the major growth. And of course, like always, police. Thank you, Chief. 60.95%. You're welcome, actually. Right. The city manager's office shows a decrease of 12.8%, and the reason for that, there's a reason. It's because this year 21-22, we're actually segregating the legal staff and creating a new department. So 3 of the staff from legal, the city attorney and 2 assistant attorneys, were accounted on the city managers. Now they're going to be their own department. So it's right there.
¿Lo vamos a correr o qué?
So now Patricia has to attend all the department head meetings. So again, city managers, finance, police, municipal court, if you notice, they're all showing an increase. The city is growing like crazy. So, of course, we gotta keep up with the growth and with the demands. Yes?
This is a 22.8% increase to the budget.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of people. And this does not include the EMS. EMS is still a different one. So it's just regular staff.
Damn.
Correct. That is only on the general fund. Remember that this is excluding bridge, excluding everything else. This is just for your public operations, police, fire, public works, etc. Any questions so far?
No, I just have a comment. I know our budget is healthy, and our fund balance is healthy, so I don't want to I don't want the public to misunderstand that we're growing leaps and bounds in personnel, and we're going to use our assets just on personnel. The fact is, we're very healthy despite the amount of services we're offering, but we're offering more service because we have healthy balance. But also with growth, at least my opinion is I'm not going to hire people at minimum wage. We're going to hire the best people that the Valley has to offer, especially in the city of FAR. And we will always be looking for talent that's local, and they're going to be paid what they're worth. Not, we're an employer also, and we have to attract the best personnel. You're not going to attract them just simply by being in the city of FAR. You attract them because you have good benefits, you have good salaries,
Right.
and there's growth in their careers. So our career ladder is very important. And I know city manager and HR and yourself understand that, and that's why we have a lot of people applying to the city of FAR to work in the city of FAR, because we're such a great institution to work for. So I just want to make sure the public understands that.
Yes, sir. So again, this is per department. Now, I'm showing what the growth is per category. Because of course, we have personnel services accounts for, which is the salaries, for about 60% of our total budget. Of course, it's the number one expenditure. So one of the biggest growth, of course, it's reflected in there, in personnel costs. Because not necessarily because of the positions that we added, it's a combination of the positions that we're adding. And well, this year in particular, we have a 7% increase in police and fire due to the collective bargaining agreement, and I'll mention that in the next couple of slides. The other major change, or the growth, is in other services. So other services includes actually an increase of $750,000 in our streets budget. So we're increasing the budget by 150% for our streets. The other major change is we added a line item for vehicle leasing. This is something that it's gonna be new for the city, and Pilar has a little presentation right in the middle, right after this, so that he can get you familiar with what we're gonna be doing, and what that number means. And the transfers out. Of course, we're getting money transferred in to help, right, from the balance, from EMS and from the fiber project, but it's not like we're keeping it all. We're transferring that money somewhere else to help for other projects. And I'll show that in the next couple of slides too.
I have a question. You said we're going to increase the monies for the streets. How much are we increasing that? You said
750,000 alone, yes.
Yeah, I know.
No, we don't. It might be a little bit more if need be, but previously, right? I mean, part of our problem in the city is that we never had a strong maintenance program, right? So it's far more cheaper to maintain them than to rebuild them from scratch. So I agree with your logic, the fact that we need to implement and augment our budget to maintain healthy streets, because we need them for school, for work, for safety. And for our police department, fire departments to get there, they don't want to be going through a bunch of potholes or broken roads. So I'd rather spend it up front than having to redo new streets. So I agree with what you're doing.
And you are correct. The actual number that was asked for was $1.5 million in street materials. We had to balance a lot of the things. I told the departments there was stuff they wanted that to balance we had to cut. So with the growth we're expecting, with the transfers from EMS and Wi-Fi going online, mid-year we're going to have another budget amendment. We'll probably increase it at that time.
Right.
Yeah,
So you anticipate, as we've discussed already, we know that we have some revenue generating projects that are going to come to fruition, right? You're going to see the real money, and that's when you're going to augment those budgets so that they can be more aggressive in the city.
We're going to relook at it March of next year, mid-year.
Yeah, because I've seen some major areas where there's been some road damage, big road damage. So I know we're going to need some monies for that.
Sure.
Tell Commissioner Medina his subdivision is closed. He's got to fix his own streets.
Okay. So again, where is the change? Where's the 22.8%? So in summary, like I mentioned right now, personnel and benefits. So the increase includes 66.5 FTEs. That includes fiber, or for the new fiber broadband project personnel, that is going to be paid by the user fees. But because we're allocating some of that staff also to help for the city operations, so we're accounting those FTEs under the general fund. We have a 5% increase in the retirement contribution for employees. This is to enhance the retirement benefits for all the employees for the city of FAR. And the biggest one is the collective bargaining agreement increase of 7%, which is for police and for fire. That's, of course, a big one. We're adding also, with technology and with growth, we need a lot of software and network additions and upgrades and cameras because of all these new buildings and properties that the city is acquiring.
Yes, and remember, Carla, but we may be fronting the money up front when it comes to fiber optic and the ambulance service, right? But we know in the end, it'll not only pay for itself, it'll generate revenue.
Oh, yes.
So we're going to recoup it. That's the least of our worries. So I'll make sure the public understands that. And second of all, everybody wants a safe community, so we're never going to skimp out on our police or fire department, public safety.
No, they're accounted there. It's our priority. Now, another big change is, of course, the maintenance of the police building. We're allocating some money to remodel and to do some furniture replacement that it's like 20, 30 years old. The vehicle leasing, which I just mentioned that Pilar will go into a little bit more detail right after this slide, which is pretty much a car leasing agreement to replace all the fleet for police, for non-emergency and emergency, and the white fleet for the city of FAR over the next 4 years. So it's a program so that we can finally lease those vehicles and have the option to purchase them at the end of the lease. And then the other services, like I was just mentioning, that increase of 150% in streets and maintenance, which right now it's $750,000, but like the mayor and city manager just mentioned, as at the middle of the year, it will probably go up. And now I'm going to pass it to Pilar so that he can go more into detail for the fleet proposal agreement.
Mayor and Commission, Pilar Rodriguez, Fire Chief. This is a project started working on when I was the interim Public Works Director. And so we were, one of the challenges is that we were faced with is that our fleet in general is aging. This particular sector of the fleet is your passenger vehicles, pickup trucks, and your, on the emergency side is primarily your police cars that we're looking at. This does not include the dump trucks or the fire apparatus. So our existing fleet, non-emergency fleet, which is our, what we call the white vehicles, right? That's a typical city vehicle that you see out there. We have 182 vehicles. 48% of the vehicles are over 10 years of age. And actually, I think the average age of our fleet is 14 years old. So these range from subcompacts, mid-size to full-size vehicles. And right, we currently have 14 different categories of vehicles in this non-emergency fleet, or what we call the white fleet. Our overall fleet budget is $900,000, a little over $900,000, $940,000. This is the purchases. This is when we auction them off and the returns that we receive. This is the maintenance that we spend for tires and brakes and repairs, and along with fuel costs. At the current rate of replacement, it would take us 14.2 years to replace everything one cycle. On the emergency side, which is primarily the PD, we have 154 vehicles. And again, approximately 40% of those vehicles are over 10 years of age. Our overall budget on the PD side is $1.1 million. Again, it's the purchase cost plus any proceeds we receive when we auction off the old vehicles. It's maintenance and fuel costs. This, at the current rate, it would take us 11 years to replace the emergency fleet. So one of the options that the city manager asked us to look at is to propose a lease of fleets. On the non-emergency side, we're looking at replacing 87 vehicles in year one for an overall budget of year one of $344,651. This would include the purchase of the vehicle, actually the lease of the vehicle, an equity return at the end of the life cycle of the vehicle, plus maintenance, plus fuel cost. The proposed vendor that we're going to utilize would actually sell the existing fleet that we have and give us equity that we would apply towards the lease. In this scenario, we would take the vehicle replacement cycle down from 14 years down to 2 years. On the emergency side, with 154 vehicles, we would replace 49 vehicles in year one. This includes primarily police units, plus $20,000 of specialized equipment per vehicle, which this, for all practical purposes, doubles the cost for the police units. That specialized equipment are the emergency lights, the reflective striping, the consoles, the cages, the mobile data terminals, and all the specialized equipment that you have to have with a fully operational marked unit on the street. And so that, per vehicle. Correct.
So it's an additional $380,000 that we're gonna need.
Yes.
And it all has to be new equipment, we can't use it from existing units?
So we
Like
can.
the cages, we can't use
Yes, sir. So the answer to that question is yes, as long as the model year doesn't change.
yeah, as long as the style doesn't change.
Yes,
But on trucks and stuff like that, Tahoe, that doesn't change that often.
right. So that's what would preclude us having to buy additional equipment, is that the manufacturers have a model year change and the console no longer fits, the cage no longer fits, in those cases, we couldn't reuse the equipment.
Pilar, being that you have a limit miles on these vehicles when you lease them, is that a problem for the police department?
No, there's no mileage, and I'll go into that,
Okay.
Commissioner. So on the emergency side, we would take the replacement from 11 years down to 3 years. So you can see we rapidly accelerate the replacement of the fleet, which means that we have new vehicles that are lower maintenance, better fuel economy, and less prone to breakdown and downtime. So what's this going to cost us under this scenario? For the non-emergency vehicles, it's actually a savings as compared to how we do business. And this is over a 10-year period. We're projected to save almost $4.3 million. On the emergency side, it's actually an additional cost of 2.7, and that is because the specialized equipment that we talked about doubles the cost of the vehicle.
2 points, but it's 3.8, isn't it? 154 times 20,000 is 3.8 million.
Yes, but this is over 10 years, Commissioner. This comparison is, we're looking at a 10-year cycle where we would actually replace the vehicles multiple times. We just wanted to show that in long term, it's a savings for us over multiple vehicle replacement cycles. So then the net savings between the non-emergency and the emergency fleet is about almost $1.6 million over a 10-year cycle. So based on that analysis, I mean, it's a win-win situation for us. So some of the issues or some of the questions, that the city manager has to look at: can the local vendors that lease vehicles provide this? And the answer is they can lease us vehicles all day, every day. What they can't do is they can't give us the equity on the vehicle when we turn it in at the end of the life cycle. They lease it, you turn it in, there's no equity return. They'll lease you another vehicle, but we don't get that equity return. One of the pluses is that the rental company or the lease company will use a local vendor network to maintain the leased vehicles. So those repairs will stay in the FAR area as far as any maintenance having to do with vehicles. And so let me talk a little bit about maintenance. The lease price for the vehicles includes the maintenance for the vehicle. And actually, the reason there's very little maintenance is because they're brand new vehicles, so they'll all be under warranty for the life cycle. And the new fleet on the white vehicle would be a 4-year replacement cycle. So every 4 years, we'd be getting a new vehicle. On the PD side, it'd be a 3-year replacement cycle. They'd be getting a new vehicle every 3 years. So maintenance should be minimal because you're really operating with a vehicle that's under warranty for that period. Issues, engine issues, any of those type, it'll be manufacturer's warranty. The only exception to that is the police department is brakes and tires. because they run them a little bit harder. They have to be rated for pursuit. That's something that we'll have to still maintain tires and brakes on the police side. But that should be minimal, using higher performance parts.
Just for, what, I mean, I know the equity at the end of us using the vehicles, we don't get much out of it anyway, right? When we sell our vehicles, we get,
No,
so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, our equity value at the end of our use of a vehicle is pennies.
That's the purpose of this, the exercise we did. The model we have now, we're running the vehicles into the ground. By the time we go to sell them, there's no resale value.
Yeah.
So this one, we turn them around with resale value, that equity goes back into the new truck, and
Unless-
we get a new truck.
And a lot of it will be less downtime on vehicles and everything because,
So everything, like PR said, all the maintenance is covered under these. The only thing we have to do is really put gas.
yes, sir. That's correct.
yeah, that's just what I was trying to get at the right comparison because we're not making any money on equity on our vehicles anyway.
That's correct.
We get sold for pennies.
Yeah, we use the traditional declare it surplus and auction it off, and we receive a couple of pennies on the dollar for those
Yeah,
vehicles.
okay.
On the lease portion of it, the equity is very high because number one, the replacement cycle is short, 4 years. So the vehicle still has a lot of resale value on it. And so they're able to get us a bigger return on the equity, which is applied to the replacement vehicle. The other thing is we'll be standardizing to just a handful of vehicles. On the white fleet side, for example, we're only going to have a mid-size SUV. We're going to have a half-ton crew cab, three-quarter-ton crew cab, and a passenger van and a one-ton vehicle, and that's it. So we go from 14 types of vehicles that we have to maintain down to 5. So that standardizes, and actually those classes of vehicle that I described actually have the highest return on the equity side. There's a robust market for those vehicles when they go to sell them, and so that's one of the other reasons that we standardized to that, so we could get a better return for the equity when they turn them in.
Pilar, how are we doing? I'm still confused about the mileage because usually they only give you 12,000.
So-
how is that leasing company making money if you have a police department that runs 100,000 in 3 years?
So they make their money. I mean, it's built into their lease price. I mean, they've got a portion of that is their profit and overhead. But because it's a very finite cycle, I mean, they're able to project how much revenue they're making because they'll always turn it over every 3 years. And they have a model for police vehicles, for example.
They
And
buy
so-
vehicles at 20% cheaper
Yes,
than we do.
and I was going to say, so they have the ability to, because they buy in bulk, they have discounts that are equal to or better than what the city can buy them. And we get a pretty good discount as a local government agency. We get some pretty deep discounts, but they can get some even deeper discounts because they buy probably tens of thousands of vehicles a year, and they buy directly from the manufacturer. I mean, they buy directly from GM, Ford, Dodge, so.
And also,
Sounds like a deal.
Also, they buy them, like I said, in such bulk, they get ahead of the game. Like, one of the things we talked about with the vendor was, with the chip shortage, I don't want to be waiting for 2021 models in 2023. He says, no, we buy them in such quantity, we're at the front of the game, so the first ones that come out are the ones we're going to get. So we should be getting them pretty fast.
Yeah, so there's no mileage penalty, there's no wear and tear penalty, there's no early termination penalty if we were to get out of it for whatever reason we decide we no longer want to do it. And again, the maintenance cost is built into the leasing price with the exception of tires and brakes on the emergency vehicles. Again, because those are a wear and tear item. On the white fleet, we don't pay for that because of the short return cycle of every 4 years. You know, the brakes shouldn't wear out in those 4 years and tires shouldn't need replacement because we don't drive them. The mileage is not going to be high at the end of that 4-year period because it's all going to be city driving. And so we went back, city manager asked me to analyze that. So we went back and we looked at vehicles that we bought in 2016 to see what kind of brakes and tire issues. And we're barely starting to replace brakes and tires 5 years later. So we think the 4-year replacement cycle, we shouldn't see any issues with tires and brakes on the white fleet side. So, yes, sir.
Is it the same leasing company for both the emergency and non-emergency?
Yes, it is. It's the same leasing company, which is Enterprise Fleet fleet leasing. So this is the arm of Enterprise Rental, but that just does leasing for large fleets. This is not the one that you and I deal with when we rent a car, when we go to the airport, or for a weekend. This is a subsidiary, and all they deal with is with large fleet rentals.
And then the emergency fleet has a $2 million plus, loss.
Yes.
So is the $2 million loss worth the, I guess, maintaining a fleet every 2-3 years? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's because of the way the police department runs, because they've got shifts, and they basically have the highest call volume in the city, with maybe the exception of EMS. Their vehicles run constantly. I know the chief can explain a little bit more on how he runs those, but those vehicles run, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So they see a lot more on the street.
Is there like a projection of how much less maintenance we're going to be doing?
Yes.
Or breakdown? Is that something that?
Yes, we do. And actually, if I go to the next slide, this is the analysis on the white fleet. But to answer your question on the emergency vehicles, if you see that maintenance column, which is the fourth from the right, right now what we're paying is approximately $150,000 a year in maintenance on wear and tear on those vehicles. And then as we're replacing the fleet with we're phasing out the existing fleet and putting in the lease fleet, you can see that it starts to go down. And then finally, we see a reduction down to about $127,000 in the maintenance on those vehicles. And then the same thing with the fuel. We'll see a reduction. Right now, we spend about $302,000 on the existing police department fleet. Again, because it's pretty old. They don't get very good economy, and they're quite frankly they're stop and go because that's the nature. But you'll see the fuel consumption come down to about $240,000. Yes.
For the first 5 years, you get equity, those are the cars that we have, if there is something for us, we give us money back. And then the equity lease, those are the cars that we keep. I mean, if we recommend we return back to them, we get equity in those for the next year.
Yeah.
The equity is going from year to year with.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see where in year one, we're getting about $126,000 in equity under the current model that we use, declare surplus, auction off to the highest bidder. When we fully replace the fleet, which is in about year 5, you'll see that our equity return is about $1 million. So it goes from about $126,000 to $100 to $1 million in equity return, and that's where the real advantage is for us, because we get big return on our vehicle when we turn it in, and that's applied. They can do two things. They can either cut us a check for $1 million every year, or they can apply it to the future lease cost, lease price, and so we can do it either way.
Is that lease agreement already, is it for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years?
It's as long as we want to do it. We can try it out for a year. If we don't like it, there's no penalty to get out. It's up to the pleasure of the commission, whatever they'd like to do.
And can it be depending on volume that we lease out? Is it the contract as we grow?
So the original pool we had was a little higher than this, because we cut down. So we can add and we can replace or take away cars for 2 years. So say next year we're going to get 10 more wheels off of the 10 more cars, we add 10 more cars to the program.
So one of the things we did, Commissioner, is we looked at fleet utilization to see which vehicles were actually being utilized and which weren't. So we were able to eliminate a few vehicles just going through this exercise that we saw were being underutilized and really weren't necessary to keep in the fleet. But this allows us to right-size the fleet at any time. We can increase it or decrease it, depending on the city's needs.
A large part of the problem we had also was we would replace vehicles, say at PT, and those old PT vehicles would go to another department as a replacement. So that 5-year-old car will go to Parks and Rec as a replacement. They wouldn't keep increasing the fleet, they wouldn't get rid of them because those are older cars. They went from 50 cars
Pilar, does this include electric cars?
No, it didn't, this is a conventional cars, but we did talk to the vendor, and they said that if we want to use hybrids or electric vehicles, that they were more than, willing to work with us on those. There's a lot of flexibility with this program. They're actually, if we want to get into the heavy equipment, dump trucks, things like that, they can also do that, but we thought we'd try it first with the passenger vehicles, because that is the area of greatest concern as far as the condition of the fleet.
I think you should look at some of not for the police, right? I mean, the electric vehicles, I think you should look into what the model will look like if you had
Yes,
a
sir.
portion of it be electric, start moving in that direction.
Yes, sir. City manager asked us to look at the green fleet, if they were capable of doing the green fleet.
Not
Yeah.
a Tesla, don't get me wrong.
Not the Tesla, but yes, they can do a green fleet.
Just for the commission,
Yeah.
They do have the capability to do green fleet.
Yeah. And so my understanding is that you lease it from this company, but they don't do the maintenance, they don't do the tires, they don't do the tune-ups or whatever. Is that right? This
That's
company?
correct. They have a local network, that's who they've actually got a national network, but a lot of vendors are here locally. So they'll send it to a local vendor to service it.
Well, if you don't mind, would you share that with us later? Not today,
Yes, sir.
but when you say local, to me, local means far.
Yes,
Just
that's
so we're
correct.
clear, right?
Yes.
Local does not mean Rio Grande City or somewhere else. I mean, I got nothing against Rio Grande City, but this is far. And so if we're going to go this route, the tires, the oil, whatever it is, wipers, you got plenty of it to go around and share the wealth within the city. So I, for one, want to see what vendors they're referring to, because if the majority of vendors are outside the city of FAR, well, that's not considered, I mean, I'm happy that it stays here in the Rio Grande Valley, but that's not really local, in my opinion. So that's not a good selling point. So we'd like to see the list of what they're going to use and then put it in ink, right? That this is what they're going to be using, not if it's convenient for them, because that will never happen. So I just want to be sure we get that into the contract.
Right. So we can get the vendor will provide that list, and I can send the
Yes.
city manager again for, yes, sir.
So,
If it geographically they don't have it, they don't have it. That's fine. You got to go to McAllen, Edinburgh, no problem. But if it exists and it's for the same amount of money, the same service that we get turnover for whatever product we need, we absolutely want them to use it within the city of FAR. That's all I'm saying. And we want it in writing. That's all I'm saying.
also, Mayor, on that exercise, we did go through that as far as who they have. Because the one question I had, say, was like for radios. We don't want a radio and the guy be in Mission or San Antonio to get service. He says, whatever vendors you have that you're comfortable with now, whether it's for brakes, tires, or radios, give us a list and we'll add them to our network. So anybody in FAR that we can use, we're going to add them to a network, and we'll use those too.
Great. I'm just glad you think that way. I just wanted it in writing. And that way, you need to have a mechanism to audit them, at least for our fleet. We don't care what they do with anybody else's, but where are they going? So we can, we're paying for it. So we want to be sure that they're actually using, business in FAR. That's all.
Yes, sir. And just for clarification, they do have a pretty good size public sector customer base. City of Houston, City of Alice, City of Seguin, City of San Marcos, City of Victoria, City of Brownsville, Hidalgo County, Nueces County, Harris County. So those are some examples of entities that they're already doing business with. That's,
Do they do ambulances?
excuse me?
Do they do ambulances? No, I mean, as far as, no, they don't? Okay.
That's not here, the fire trucks, the small fire trucks, the pickup trucks, tankers, the work trucks, the pumpers, all that, the pump trucks we have, the ambulance. So it is,
Yeah, I saw in Houston, they have those dump trucks where they pull up and instead of rear, they do from the side, they pick up the trash from the side. That's what they have right now? Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Pilar. Okay, so moving on, I guess to finish up the general fund budget, proposed budget for 21-22. The other major change that we're gonna have besides what Pilar just went over is the increase in transfers out that we're gonna have by the end of the next fiscal year. So we're proposing of $2.7 million to be transferred to our General Construction in Progress Fund. Now, city engineer will discuss, after my presentation, all the projects that can be potentially done with some of this money. But I guess what I want to say is that this is the first year. Last year, we didn't transfer any money. So now we're allocating also to make sure that street projects and any other projects, not necessarily streets, can be covered also with the property taxpayer money. Now, going back to the personnel, the 60.5 FTEs total that we're proposing to add for next fiscal year, this is the table and it breaks it down by department. So as you can see, each department has a little bit of growth. City managers, again, the reason why it's -2, it's due to the legal department, I guess the segregation of the legal department. So it's -2, but then legal here is +3. And city manager is actually adding one more position. And each department has, we try to compromise with everybody in order to balance. Of course, a lot of requests were made, more staff was requested. But, at the end of the day, there's up to so much that we can afford. So we try to give everybody, we try to compromise with everybody so that, we can do better with the city. Again, in the IT department, those 25.6 FTEs added, most of it is due to the new fiber broadband program, but just to make that clarification that 70% of those positions are gonna be paid by the actual user fee, like of the program itself, not with property taxpayer money. So those 65.5 FTEs additions translates to 12% increase in just personnel. Any questions for the FTEs? No? Okay. Now, again, the other big change in personnel services that makes a huge impact in the general fund for next year is the public safety collective bargaining agreement for 2021, 2021 to be effective 21-22. This is pretty much the summary of what was agreed. It's a 3-year contract, so for police and fire. For police, it was a total percentage increase of 7% the first year, 4% and 4% in the second and third year. And for fire, the same thing. The amounts are broken down there. So in year 1, the impact of the budget, including benefits and everything. For police, it's $508,700, and for fire, it's $815,000. So if you combine both police and fire in year 1, the total impact is $1,323,700, which it's pretty much covered with the growth of the property tax collections. So I guess I wanted to show that whatever we're giving, whatever we're growing in property tax collections, we're giving it back to our public safety with this agreement.
And
Why
also,
is it that the fire is getting more than the police?
Yeah, I figured somebody was gonna catch that one. So with the fire, remember, we added a rank of battalion chief. So with adding the rank, the separation between the lieutenant and the deputy chief was so much, so I had to make a separation bigger. So the deputy chief's got a bump, the assistant chief got a bump to make the rank of battalion chief. That's the only reason. If not, it would have been lower than 508. Because we gave them 3 new battalion chiefs and a captain. Yeah, we had to create them.
So you actually created a position.
We created two positions, a captain rank and a battalion chief rank. Yeah, it gives them more structure in the fire department. It was needed. And also, I forgot to tell you also, Wednesday at 11:30 a.m., the mayor's gonna have a signing ceremony. It's on your schedule already, with PD and fire for the collective bargaining signing. We'll go out with a press release in the morning.
Okay. So you're welcome, Chief, and you're welcome, Pilar. Where's Pilar? There. Oh, he's not even paying attention. Okay, so also I also show this slide every year, the proposed capital equipment purchases, what every department requested. This is the list, pretty much of the material, equipment. Of course, in the past, this list used to include vehicles, but since we're proposing to do this vehicle leasing program, no vehicles are reflected in here, only major equipment. And of course, we do finance every year. It's our practice to finance those equipment over the useful life of the equipment. So the departments requested a total of $1.7 million, but the true impact on the budget for the fiscal year 21-22 is actually $143,000, rounded up. And this is the list. I don't know if you have any specific questions to the departments to see why the need of those. The biggest one is the pumper, which we said that it was going to be at a reserve, correct?
Oh, it's a new truck.
It's
The old truck gonna go to reserve.
Right. Any questions?
What does it mean, true impact?
What was that?
The true impact. So what I'm trying to say is that the total cost of all of those equipments equals the $1.7 million, but we finance it. Like we go to the bank and we actually finance that $1.7 million over the useful life of the equipment.
So it's
like a
It's a
payment.
debt service.
Yes, it's like the payment that we're going to be making yearly for all of that equipment.
On Public Works, the fuel and lube service truck. So that's what you're telling me about, that we're gonna start doing
Yes,
our
sir.
maintenance out?
So, yeah, that's one thing we forgot to mention. So the existing mechanics we have right now, Pilar had the idea and it's a good idea. So we're still gonna have fleet we're gonna have vehicles in the fleet, tractors, backhoes, all that stuff. That's still gonna be in the field. Before they would load it up on a trailer, bring it to Public Works, to City Garage, get it fixed. Now we're gonna get a truck, all the lube on there, belt changes, ACs, whatever they can do. They're gonna be on the truck and they're gonna go out to the field to service those vehicles. We'll make them a lot more efficient like that. Since we won't need them for maintenance anymore.
What do you mean the field?
So if there's a tractor at the golf course that needs servicing, the truck is gonna go to the golf course and service it there. It's a mobile truck.
So the heavy equipment is positioned at different parts of the city?
Yes, sir. It's all over the place.
Like a backhoe or something like that, they gotta load in a trailer, take it to the shop. Now we'll just go and hit it and fix it right there. So the loss of time or anything like that's gonna be huge.
It's like Hub Grub,
Yes, sir.
food delivery service.
Okay. So now to sum up, which is, I guess, what we want to see, is that we have a balanced budget, a proposed balanced budget. So this is pretty much in a snapshot what we're proposing, $50.8 million in revenue, plus an additional $1.5 million in lease proceeds, transfers in of $16 million, 16.9, so totaling $69,387,700. But of course, that equals the expenses, so overall, the net effect is zero. So at the end of the day, yes, we are growing. We're proposing a 22.8 growth, but we're also growing in revenues, and our job is to pretty much keep the net effect at zero and to have a balanced budget. And that's all I have for the general fund. Any questions before I move on to the other funds? No? Okay. So for our utility fund, that's the other enterprise fund that we have. Nothing Not too much to say here. I guess I'd just like to show the number of accounts. So as of right now, we have a total of 23,913 active accounts. This is the history so that you can see the growth that we've had for the last, I guess, 1 to 5 years. So we experienced the biggest growth from 1819 to 1920. And it went down a little bit, but we're still growing. So we're almost hitting the 24,000 mark. This is the proposed budget for the utility fund. The main change this year is their capital outlay, and I'll show that slide in the next, I'll show that breakdown in the next slide. But we're proposing a budget of $19.8 million, again, a balanced budget with the revenue that the utility generates, with the water and sewer fees. This is the list of the requested proposed capital outlay. And if you have any questions, Ruben is here to give more detail and specific. But if not, it's a total of $2.5 million, and that's pretty much the main change from last year's budget, the addition of capital equipment of 2.5. Last year, the big change was the $35 million infrastructure projects, but we didn't add any actual equipment. This year we are. And again, it's being financed over the life of the equipment. So the true impact in 1 year, it's about $300,000. That's pretty much all for the utility fund. FAR Tierra del Sol, also almost no change. We're proposing a budget only with a decrease of $4,000 decrease, pretty much. We're going from $1,357,000 to $1,320,500. So in other words, almost zero change. The transfers from the general fund from $529,000 to $525,000, so just $4,000 less. But we're pretty much leaving it as it is. Same operations, same staff, same expenses. No additional equipment yet for the Gulf. Okay, now I always go over this slide too, just to give a snapshot of the City of FAR obligations, the debt obligations. With all the investment, all the infrastructure, of course, comes debt. So this is a summary. I showed the exact same slide last year. This is a summary of how much the city has outstanding in debt. So by the end of this fiscal year, so by the end of September of this year, we're gonna have $195.21 million outstanding in debt. And the breakdown is in those graphs. So for governmental debt, which means paid by property taxes, we have $63.35 million in long term, bridge $57.42 million, which that debt for bridge is actually new this year because of the bridge expansion and the debt programs, which is issued $65 million, including premium proceeds from the bonds. So that number right there increased, and it's bringing up the $195 million. Utility, the 50.257, which includes the $35 million that we issued last year for the water and sewer projects. CDBG still has a little bit of debt there, and PEDC. So a total of $195.21 million. With that being said, this is the breakdown. That's the approximate annual payment that we make for that debt. And just to make clear, obviously every city, every business, everybody, it's in debt. Personally, we all have credit. Without credit, we wouldn't exist. So in order for any city to operate, we need to invest and we need to borrow money. but the payments are covered. So $17.1 million we pay on a yearly basis to cover for that debt, and that's the breakdown, and that's the first thing that we make sure it gets covered and it gets paid.
Hold on, Carla. Yes, Mayor Commissioners, like Carla said, that includes everything, including the new bridge expansion, all of that projects. The only thing that is not in there at this point is the broadband. We haven't decided which way we're going to fund it yet, but either way, we do have money in reserves to fund it if we decide to
But
finance
that's
it.
gonna be self-funded anyway, so it's not a big,
Yeah, that'll come out of the payments
Yeah.
coming in. Yes, sir. It'll be a tax revenue bond.
Then
A revenue
hotel,
bond.
then hotel taxes is for what?
We issue tax notes for the nature park and for the nature park. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the paving and drainage. So the paving fees and the hotel tax combined pay for a tax note that we issue for the repaving year number 4 and for the nature park.
Okay.
And those are actually due in 2 years. So we have 2 more years just to pay those off. Okay, and just to finish up with this, the FAR tax increment reinvestment zones, I always give like a little slide to show the increase and what's gonna bring to the city. So tiers number 1, we experienced a 17% growth compared to last year, which that translates to $977,400 to be collected from the city and from the county, according to the agreement that we have.
And Carla, where's TERS 1? Where is it?
The TERS 1 is the
Geographically,
produce.
that's
Yes,
right.
it's the produce. I always get them confused.
Okay.
The TERS 2 is and then TERS
So-
number 2 is the central, the mall,
Right.
where Papa Duke's and Cinemark.
So
and
can you go back to the previous slide?
here.
It's okay. This is the produce park, right?
Yes,
So all the development is paying off at the end of the
Yes.
day. So it's
This is really everything south of Ohio.
south, yeah. But the biggest development we've had has been in the South Far region when it
but
comes.
doesn't that extend outside the produce park? I mean, it goes to like a big,
It does. It's all South Far, pretty much.
yeah.
And the bit where Bizzle is, where all that other development that
That's all-
Trancasa and everybody has
It goes
done.
up to Anaya, doesn't it? Okay.
Yeah. But all that endeavor that we've been putting in for the produce development and for the warehouses, now it's.
All the
really-
new stuff that will be going in there too, to
So all
the
this is
church.
really paying off.
So remember also, Chris, we'll have a slide that has the quotes in there. On TERS 1, the city is actually the first recipient.
Correct.
We decided to get ours back, which we haven't done yet, we let the city there.
Right. Yeah, because you spent $11 million to develop that produce park back in the day. And we're the first in line to get reimbursed for that, yeah. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
so for TERS number 2, we're actually showing a 20% increase compared to last year. So this year alone, we're expecting $834,000 to be collected from the city and from the county. So in summary, including those contributions, by the end of 21-22, we'll have an approximate $2.5 million in TERS number 1 and $2.6 million in TERS number 2.
Good. And how long are the turds going to last?
20 years. 20 years from, I think it was 2016, so 2036 should be.
Okay.
Before that, wasn't it, when the TERS got implemented?
I think it was 16. I think we started it like in 14 or 15, but the county didn't approve it until like
Okay.
15, 16.
Now, to finish up with this open session here in my presentation, I would like to show the citywide total budget summary so that you can see how much the city has grown. This includes the general fund, all the capital projects, and all the other enterprise funds. So we adopted a budget of $212 million, and we're proposing a $306 million budget, which is a 44% increase. And the breakdown is there. The general fund, obviously, which we just talked about, it's 22.8% growth alone. And the biggest chunk, of course, is the addition of EMS and the broadband project. But if you notice, all the other funds, PDC, the capital projects, and bridge are going up as well. So we manage a $306 million budget. No pressure for me. And
4%.
any questions here?
You got one more slide, don't you?
Yes, yes. So just important facts to remember, and city manager already mentioned it, and the debt that we discussed and the total, the broadband, it's still under review and it's not accounted in here, but like Commissioner Carrillo mentioned, that one is gonna be self-supported. The increase in sales tax projections that we talked about, had that 20% that we experienced from this year to last year, it was huge. And we're still expecting it to be maybe not that high. We're actually projecting a 5% increase for budget purposes. So even though we experienced 20% increase, we're being very, very conservative, and we're projecting just to grow 5%. That 5%, more than likely, it's going to be higher than that. But for next year, what we wanted to make a clarification here is that maybe in 2 years, starting 2022, 2023, we need to consider the fact that the economy or something, inflation might come up, and I guess the sales tax growth might stay steady as it is. So we shouldn't be expecting that 20% growth over the next 10 years. But for sure, the next 2 years, we're confident that money is still coming in, and as the city is growing. The growth right now for the general fund is a maximum capacity. So right now, that growth that we're showing, that 22.8%, it is a lot, but it's covered. And right now, we're maxed out. Yet, like so far. Of course, we can always grow more with the addition of more revenues, but we cannot anticipate that right now.
Also, some debt will be retired here in the next 2-3 years also. We
Yes,
have the
that is
Costco
correct.
debt and some other stuff that'll be off the books.
That's correct.
And then on the positive side, on the very positive side, the thing that I always like to mention is that our fund balance has always been very, very healthy. We have a very conservative fund balance policy, and we always make sure that, we have a contingency fund, and all the numbers are in the green. So our fund balance is actually 279% above the required minimum. So which that means is that usually best practices tells us, the cities for local governments, that the city must have a minimum fund balance of 90 days. And what the city of FAR has is actually at 250 days. So, which is pretty good, So we're covered, we're healthy, and we're hoping and working very hard to continue that growth and to be even healthier.
Yeah, so like she said, if the bottom fell out of every market and we didn't get a penny, we could go for 3/4 of a year without receiving any revenues, which is very healthy.
Yeah.
Right.
Carla, so looking back at the increased budget, the bridge and the EMS and broadband are the four things that are affecting the almost $100 million increase, right?
You're looking at that one, right?
Yeah.
44%.
It's a scary number. But really what's affecting it is the bridge, the EMS, and the broadband. Is really the numbers have increased a lot, and that's why we have such a big number.
Yes, the main ones are the 2 new projects, which are big in nature. I mean, the EMS alone is $24 million that we didn't have last year.
Yeah, so just to give you an insight of it, when we get to the EMS, I think the projected growth total we're looking at this year will be about 150 people.
Yeah.
That'll be our biggest department total.
Yes, but regardless of the growth, couple of things. Great presentation so far.
Thank you.
But the way you finished it up, I'm going to put you in that penalty box with Debbie Downer over there. Because those three projects, okay, so I don't, first of all, the broadband debt is 40 million, theoretically. At the rate we're going, it's very likely it's probably going to be half of that, if not less, because of the assistance we'll be getting, number one. Sales tax are going to increase because the economy is back. We know that. So I'm optimistic. We are not at capacity when it comes to growth. I strongly believe we have more to grow when it comes to the city of FAR. And there's other projects that city manager is working on that are cash producing for the city. And they pay, not only do they pay for themselves, they actually make money for the city. And that's not, we haven't taken that into account because we're finalizing our contracts. Yes, when it comes to the 44% that we have in our budget growth, but everything you see there generates money, not only when it comes to the EMS, the bridge, broadband. Yes, it costs money to make it, but it also not only generates funds to pay for itself, it's an excess. So it actually contributes to our bottom line. So we'll have cash. Your view is the same as mine. It's all about the cash flow. We have to have enough cash to pay our bills and have extra put aside. So you have to spend money. In this case, we're investing money in those three major projects because we've done a due diligence with your help. And we know for a fact that, yes, it costs us 44% more in growth, but it's also going to contribute to the bottom line net. We're going to be in the black. We're going to be making money off of all those three service lines. So that's why we're investing. And, it's one thing to invest in a library it's public service, but it doesn't generate revenue.
Correct.
These projects absolutely generate revenue, and we know they're going to. So I'm excited about the project. I understand 44% growth is large to some people. It's not to me, because I know at the end of the day, as all the commissioners have done their due diligence with you and city manager, the citizens of FAR are going to be very welcome, to be set up very well for the future because all of these generate revenue for us.
Correct. And for example, right now, before EMS and fiber, the only two or revenue generating funds, it's the bridge and the utility fund. I mean, at the end of the day, they actually generate a net profit of like about $10 million. So those two, we're going to be adding another two that are going to be generating an estimated substantial amount of net profit.
To the city of FAR.
To the city of FAR. Yes. So we're going to have now 4 moneymaker funds to help alleviate all the funds and to even grow more and to bring the best to the citizens of FAR.
Yeah, because you have 3/4, as you pointed out, of relief and reserve. You're likely going to go to a year.
Yes.
You really are,
Yes.
because you're going to have enough cash flow to set aside. So you have plenty of liquidity to be
Yes.
sure to not only hire employees, maintain it, but grow the city. One thing that at some point we have to discuss once your survey is over, and I'm glad we're a little delayed on it, is what to do with the golf course. Because the public needs to have input on what to do with it. A lot of people do like it, but a lot of people, as our survey is showing, really don't care for it. And it might be something that before we invest a significant amount of capital into it, without raising taxes, right, we really need that survey done. So that's the only thing that I want the public to know, that the golf course is important to a lot of people, but at the end of the day, we have to do what's best for the entire city. And if that survey says different, then we have to address it. Just like I think one of the things some of the commissioners brought up is recycling. We don't mind doing recycling, but I think it's only fair that we put it out, and maybe we'll put it on the agenda for November for the election, special election item, where we ask the public, do they want it? Because we can do all the recycling we want, but it costs money. Yes. And they have to be aware that they're the ones paying for it. And if the majority of people want it and they vote for it, then we'll implement it. We're not going to mandate it. So that's the other thing to consider.
Yes, sir. So again, this 44% might seem a lot, but I guess for the city, it's exciting, it's challenging, and it's just showing that we're moving forward and that we're growing for the best.
Yeah.
And that's all I have for open session for my presentation. And we're going to continue with the general CIP.
Hold on, yeah, we'll take a break, a 10-minute break, Mayor Commissioners.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll do CIP. After that, I built in a small gap in case y'all want to listen to any particular department's presentation. Just give me the word and we'll load it up. If not, once we finish CIP, then we'll go into executive. All right, on break.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, why?
city engineer. We're going to be presenting the capital improvement project update, similar format as to what Carla, kind of go over what's existing, what's in the pipeline, and then what's in the future, what we're projecting or what we're proposing. So let's start off. Like I said, we're going to kind of discuss what's under design, some major projects under construction, and then go over the projects for proposed CIP funding. So an overview of the major transportation projects that are under design is Highline East widening. That project is 100% designed. We're expecting environmental clearance by October. And then we're anticipating only 2 tracks of right-of-way to acquire. There's some major development going on in there, so they're going to be donating the right-of-way, so we're not going to have to pay for those tracks. So it probably looks like two landowners we're going to have to purchase right-of-way.
On Highline, just so the public understands, when you say improvement, what does that mean? You're building a road, you have a sidewalk, what are you doing?
Yeah,
How
we're
many
going to widen,
lanes?
and I have a slide to show
Thank you.
the widening. Highline West, well, that one we just recently got the AFA earlier this year, so that one's early in the design. We definitely want to accelerate it to time to, we know that's an important corridor. And then the I-Road hike and bike, that's about 50% complete. We had the mock environmental meeting a couple weeks ago, and so that's also on track to let next year. These are the estimated construction start dates. Highline East, January of 2022, which is right around the corner. Highline West, we're anticipating August or sooner if we can accelerate the environmental clearance. And then Hike and Bike Road, we're looking at probably summer of next year to start construction. And so, like you mentioned, Mayor, this is what we're going to be doing on Highline East. We're going, the top slide shows what it currently is. It's essentially a 40-foot right-of-way with 2 lanes, pretty narrow. And then we're going to be widening it to a 3-lane facility. And as you can see, this is kind of depiction of the major transmission pole along Highline. So we're widening to the south. We can't interfere with this. It's too tight. So this is our typical section, and it's going to improve mobility in that. You see, we widen our lanes to 14 lanes. These are a little bit wider than your typical 12-foot lanes, which will allow for better truck movements. Typically your 12-foot lane is pretty narrow, so we're widening them a little bit more.
And it's a 3-lane?
A 3-lane, yes. So you can see you got a continuous left turn lane and then 2 in each direction. And I said, this is the project from Cage to Veterans. This is ready to go. And so early next year we'll be under construction.
Who's paying for this?
Glad you asked. This is partially MPO money and a contribution from the city. So it's about a 4.5 million project, construction project. 90% is covered by the feds, the state, and also there's an EDC reduction because we're an economically disadvantaged county. So our contribution is probably about 200,000.
Right.
But doesn't Precinct 2 contribute any money to this?
No.
Because this was their project, what, 3 or 4 years ago, Amos? Wasn't it? At one time, because Eddie and them were doing the environmental, and they were doing all that stuff. And he was gonna be doing the High Line from I-Road Veterans to Jackson. He had already proposed this. I'll find out, I'll check with the county because, or not, they should be at least contribute to it. He should be paying for it because that was his project. That was a pet project of him that he was going to be doing this.
From my understanding, this has always been under City of FAR's jurisdiction, this project.
Yeah. Are they allowed to contribute to?
Yeah, I mean, that would just be an interlocal between the counties. TxDOT doesn't care where our contribution comes, so.
Oh, I see.
So it's, they're putting their money in, and wherever we come up with our money, it's.
Okay.
Is this,
Eldora.
is this concrete?
This is gonna be concrete, yes.
Yeah,
concrete
because he
road.
was gonna be doing Eldora and Minnesota or something like that, the Eldora. But then this was like, shoot, I wanna say 8 years ago, when he first got in, which is about 7 years ago, because that was a real hot spot back in when
Sure.
Lancaster was first moving and all that stuff.
Right.
So that's when, that was going to be allocated by the county.
Okay, well, we'll reach out to them.
Yeah.
See if they're helping with that,
County, no sé, no.
our local match.
Interlocal match, okay.
That way we get federal funds to have them pay our part. and we don't have to put that money in. And it still comes out cheaper for him.
Similarly, Highline West, same typical cross-section, a 3-lane facility with a continuous left turn lane. This one, since there's a little bit more congestion on Highline West, you got buildings real close to the
Correct.
right-of-way. We have to stick to a 12-foot lane. I mean, we're kind of, everything got built out on Highline West, close to the right-of-way. So as we expand, it limits how much right-of-way we can acquire. So it's still going to be a 3-lane facility, just with normal lanes. And then this is going to be the hike and bike I-road combination project. As you can see, it's a 3-lane facility, and we're adding this hike and bike lane out here. And it's predominantly it's going to go along the west side and then cross over around Dicker area to the east side, and then ultimately make its way to Santa Ana. This is the project that's right now funded by TxDOT. So this is the leg we're going to be building with TxDOT funds. Like I said, we piggybacked on this project to add the hike and bike lane. This is a $12 million project, and we're only paying $1 million. So the bulk of it is about $12 million is federal and state funds. So that's
MPO helps, doesn't it?
yes, NPO. So limits the burden we have.
When we first did the hike and bike trail from San Juan to McAllen, it was the MPO that funded it completely. And so it's MPO does have its benefits for the Rio Grande Valley. At least the city of FAR is gaining quite a bit. Now this is we were originally going to make the I-road quite large and wide, but given the IBTC project, there's no need for that. So I'm glad you guys redesigned it and also added the additional hike and bike that'll augment our existing FAR hike and bike trail.
Yes, and like I said, this will be a 10-foot lane facility with lighting and any other amenities, benches and stuff like that along the trail. And it's about 10 miles all the way from the point of beginning to Santa Ana.
Now make sure you reach out to the constable and the county commission, because the way the original hike and bike was designed, they're responsible to patrol it. Right, so they might want to add, you might ask the constable if they're willing to also monitor this, because we want safety to be a priority.
Definitely.
So we'll get the chief on a bike, and he's got horses too.
He's got horses. And then before I jump into the next slide, just to add some other MPO projects that are around the corner. As you're aware, Mayor, the STIP got approved August 5th, and that allowed for our second span.
Correct.
Also, more road and Las Milpas, so we should be getting AFAs on those as soon as TxDOT sends us over. And those are high priority corridors as well, so we can start assigning consultants or designers, whoever we want to.
Yeah, whatever you need to do. More road has to be done from, given the Oratory / now Vanguard.
Okay.
We need a better artery there. So it needs to be done, as you pointed out already from your study, from I-Road all the way to Jackson, the entire artery. And same thing for La Milpas, because not only there's schools there, but there's also a lot of commercial. So that needs to be accelerated. Accelerated means if we start seeing additional revenues come in, which I anticipate we will, we're going to be allocating more revenue to those projects so we can accelerate them. Yeah, because the way the MPO works, as you know, those that are shovel-ready gets the high priority for funding. And so we know that's the rules of the game, so we will accelerate our projects.
Yes, and so now that once we get the AFA, it allows us to start development of the project, hire consultants to the environmental, so we can be shovel-ready. So that's an advantage for us to get that AFA as soon as we can and start the project.
Yes, sir. And I want to thank you, Mark, because I know other people do it differently, but I know you set timetables. So we love our consultants, our engineers and construction managers, but they need to understand the rules you set. We want it done by a certain day, and so they need to play by those rules. If not, then you move on and get to the next company, which I'm glad you do, because otherwise we'd be waiting forever.
Right. So, and then next, let's go over the major bridge projects we have. I know these are going to be some revenue generating projects, and so we're investing a lot in our bridge. And so right now we have the FY16 DAT. And so what that consists of is dry dock, cold storage inspection, and the Ag Lab. So combined, those three projects are $29 million. Out of that, we're getting $16 million from the state and the feds through the Rider 11, and we're putting 13 million. And so that project's
you.
going to start as soon as we finish FY 15, which I'll talk about, which we're anticipating April of next month, first quarter. Around April, we'll be able to start on that that dock project and Ag Lab. Said we have the money. Truck staging, this one we're about 50%, and we're going through the environmental process as well here. This one it's unique because we're doing a different design on this one that's TxDOT's not used to. We're doing that permeable pavement. It's a combination of concrete and permeable, and I'll show you the slide. And so TxDOT's taking a little bit more time analyzing that. We've provided them the data, the analysis. So once it gets green light, we can move forward. And their environmental department is happy that we're doing permeable pavement. It's environmentally friendly. You don't have that much runoff. And so, but TxDOT, the pavement guys, they're used to concrete and pavement, so they're not used to this. So it's just educating them on how it works.
But that material is used in other ports of entry, right? There's other areas in, I think Houston, doesn't Houston use it also?
A lot of the bigger cities, the airports, those parking garages, stuff like that, use that permeable pavement, but it's never been used down here in the valley. We're the first ones to use this in such a large commercial scale. And, we've already done a few parking lots. And so,
But we know it can handle the weight. We know it lets the water run off.
Right.
It's green, so that's what we want.
Yes.
Some of the limiting factors I know you struggle with at the port of entry is not that you're not ready and you have funds for it. It's the fact that whether the federal government, GSA, or TxDOT, they're actually holding you back. They don't want you to do all projects at once, even though we're ready to go.
Right.
So the public needs to understand that even though as a whole, you're contributing, I think, 40 million into the port of entry. We could do all projects at once if we're allowed, but we're being kind of held back because they don't want a bunch of construction all at once.
Right, you want to continue the operations flowing so too many projects can slow down the operations. And so we're strategically timing these projects.
And with that product, what you need to do is you need to let TxDOT know for them to contact the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport.
Right.
Because they've saved millions and millions of dollars using this product. And they've got airplanes going over it.
Yes.
So,
yeah, it's, sometimes.
No, I know how TxDOT.
They don't talk to each other.
The way most of these engineers that are there, the way they work.
Yes.
We'll have to talk to Pete.
Yeah. No, we've already, like I said, we hired our geotech consultants. They did the design. They said it works. So it's on paper, it's signed and sealed. So they really have no justification of saying no to it. So it's essentially they just need to check it off.
Sure,
it's our parking lot. It's not theirs.
Right.
It's
I'm sure they'll do it. Just like the parking lot at St. Jude's,
Right.
when the grass is cut, it looks beautiful.
Right.
Right. But we know it can tolerate a lot of vehicles and semis on it. It's not going to be lopsided and not have charcos or that one, which it looks
Especially
really nice.
The drainage component, the rain. So if you're going to do it all concrete, you're going to have to build a detention pond that was twice as big, so you lose parking spaces. So this is a good product. And
Omar, you're not gonna have a parking lot full of weeds, are you?
no, this is going to be gravel. This is not going to, since this is a commercial, you really can't have grass. It's just going to be your gravel pavement because, the trucks drip oil and stuff like that. So actually that rock helps filter out that oil and bioremediate, these trucks that spill oil and stuff. So it can't be grass because the trucks are going to be on it continually. So it's not sustainable for grass.
But you can use different colors of pebbles to keep it cooler than the natural.
Yeah,
black.
you can have like a white stone or different colors, like within the 2-inch gravel. It doesn't have to be the gray rock. It can be a white rock.
Or whatever.
Is that what you're going to do?
We haven't decided what we're going to put on the 2-inch layer. That's just, if that's, right now it was just going to be the gray rock, but if we want to do a white rock,
Can you do one that has lay it out where you have that logo that Wiley created, Team FAR?
Team FAR and
in the middle of it? Honestly, why not? You can lay it down, right?
You can lay it out and paint those logos on there. That's just a matter of getting the right colors and
Correct.
Look like. And so this is a depiction of the FY16 dock. It's going to be an extension of the existing dock. You're going to have the cold inspection on one side, dry docks on the other, and then this is your Ag Lab. Like I said, this one's ready to go. Like I said, like you mentioned, we have to wait till the other one finishes so we can start this one so that we don't have too much construction. in the port.
You know, historically speaking, this was, back in 2015 is when it really accelerated all our dam projects, thanks to our government affairs department.
Yes.
Right, and also our Senator Chuy Hinojosa helping with the state. So all that money came in because of those relationships that were built on behalf of the city of FAR. So I'm very grateful to, back then, Congressman Hinojosa, who really pushed it in 2015 in our government department, and of course, Senator Chuy, right?
And so, yeah, and CBP and GSA have indicated that they're eager for us to start this project because it's going to expedite the throughput that we're going to see
That's right.
on this. So, and then, like I said, this was the truck staging project. So you can see we're going to do perimeter roads and the travel lanes of concrete. And then where they actually park, that's going to be the permeable pavement. So it was a compromise. And, you know, this is going to alleviate a lot of and here's our detention pond, you know, this is going to drain out. And so if this was all concrete, you know, you're going to probably have twice the size of that detention pond.
So what's it going to be? Is it pebbles or what's this going to be?
Yeah, this is just pebbles. All these will be the permeable pavement, the
Got
true
it.
grid with the pavement.
Oh, the two-grid thing, okay.
Yeah, so it's what they call it is a reinforced gravel pavement. We can't necessarily say true, we can't specify a vendor because this is federal money, so we just have to keep
But
it
it's
general.
that honeycomb stuff.
The honeycomb, yeah. And then you fill it in with the rocks or pebbles.
Will there be any green space there, trees or anything like that?
We have some islands, all these islands on the outside will be green. We have this green.
Just make sure you get together with Sergio, because I mean,
Yeah.
that's what they do. Make sure it looks
You're
nice.
gonna need a detention pond?
Yeah, you still need a detention pond because, I mean, you still have runoff. You have to capture that water. And one of the things is this is clay soil, so that those don't easily infiltrate into the ground. It's a clay cap, so you still have to capture the runoff and shoot it somewhere.
So on this project, because of the clay soil, because there's
Right.
other parts in the city, it's not the
Yeah,
same.
yeah,
Like
another-
St. Jude's, you didn't have that problem.
Yeah, because.
But here, you have a lot of clay.
Yes, we have a lot of fat clays here, so the water doesn't permeate as
As fast.
rapidly, so you still have to,
It's just different.
yeah. But it's still better than having it all concrete, so, and like I said, we ran some numbers, and you're gonna need 2 or 3 times size of this detention pond. And one of the ideas is this space right here is, we wanna do some amenities, you know, restaurant, tire changing. I know PDC is still looking at what we can do with this portion of land, you know, something that'll help the truckers, you know, as they get off and restaurant, food things, so.
Where's the entrance?
That's our property?
Yeah, you see right here, here's Highline,
Yeah,
you see this
So the
red,
one right next to it is like
open land.
but north of the deal,
Yeah,
So,
where you have the layout.
the layout, on the right
Detention
side, the
pond?
right side.
Just east of the detention pond.
yeah, this one's there's a development coming.
east, that's west.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
Wayne,
go more to your right.
Okay, move your pointer to the
Right,
right, to the
right,
black and white
right.
figure. Black and
Right,
white.
right.
See,
More?
the detention pond, ahora dale más para la derecha. That's still ours, right?
Yeah,
a lot.
still
That's city property?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still within the 20 acres, so we carved out.
This is where the
a
facilities
portion
are
of
gonna go.
this for development.
This is where the facilities
So
are
it
gonna go.
enters through Highline?
Yeah, but.
Yeah, you come in through Highline, you come in, and then you'll exit through here, through Juniper, yes. And then you can make your way out to 281, and
Military Highway.
obviously you got IBTC.
That's
So,
a subdivision on the right side, right?
yeah, this is a small subdivision out here.
Yeah, because right next to it, they're already developing it. Just east of it, they're developing it already.
The northeast corner the southwest corner of High Line and I Road is that Farmer's Best?
Yeah, this is.
The warehouse?
Farmers
Yeah, that's already going up.
That's already going up.
That's like at 100 miles an
Right
hour.
It's already up.
Yeah.
And then there's a new development coming in here where they're gonna punch a road from Highline to Military. They're gonna be developing some warehouses, right here. And obviously, this is Dyer's property. He's looking to do something as well once this is going. So this whole area is gonna develop, you know, as soon as we get our parking lot. So, and obviously widening Highline Road with this parking lot, this whole area is gonna boom.
I'll get with you later, yeah, because there's some properties there that, no, I won't waste your time.
And then this is our second span project. As you can see, we're building it right next to the existing And this is a depiction of the border wall that's still, projected to go through here. You can see the bollards. So they'll kind of abut the bridge, come under, come back, and then come on the other side. So this is a cross-section of the second span of the bridge. And then drainage projects, like we discussed, this is a project we're working on. We got some federal funds, Texas Water Development Board project. This is the first year they did the flood infrastructure fund. So this is a new project for them. So we're just kind of going over the requirements. There's also an environmental component. We have to coordinate with Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, State Historical Preservation. So there's an environmental process we're going through, and we're trying to get through that as quickly as possible because we know hurricane season is around the corner next year. So we're trying to get this built, in anticipation for that. So, we're aggressively talking to Texas Water Development Board. They're still working out of their houses. So getting stuff expedited from them has been a challenge, but hopefully moving forward, we can get this project.
Can you, Wiley, you can still move the project forward using our local money and then we reimburse ourselves with them, right? Because this needs to be done right before the end of the year.
Yes, sir.
This needs to be done.
Well, we can't start the project without their approval, because if not, we won't get reimbursed.
What's keeping you from getting their approval?
The environmental clearance. And so that was those entities that I
Who's
mentioned.
doing the environmental clearance?
Our consultant, Mark Iglesias, through the engineer. And like I said, he's already submitted all the agency coordination. So they submitted letters to Army Corps, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, State Historical Preservation Commission. So we need to hear back from them to say that there's no environmental issues. And then that gets sent to Texas Water Development Board, and then they issue a finding of no significant impact. So it's a long process. It's supposed to be shorter with Texas Water Development Board as opposed to TxDOT, because TxDOT usually takes 6 to 8 months. And so, like I said, we've already submitted all our agency coordination, and so we're just waiting to hear back those responses.
Okay.
Yeah, if you see what the projects is going through, the hiccup on all the projects is environmental. That's what
Environmental clearance.
stopping everything right now.
Anything that has federal money, there's an environmental component. So
Sure.
that's been a...
There's a cost to free money.
Yeah, so we're getting 3.3 million federal grant and 1.5 million city money. So it's
And once you have clearance,
yes.
you're ready to go.
Ready to
What
go.
is the timeline to construct it?
Construct, we put 8 months to construct. That can be accelerated, but we're looking 8 months. Is about, we're excavating about 1 million gallons, or, how many cubic yards that turns out to. So it's a lot of hauling, a lot of, that takes time. You can have as many excavators and dump trucks, but.
Who told you or advised you they would take 8 months? Who told you that?
We just estimated based on.
Oh, you're
the quantity.
estimating?
Yeah, we're estimating.
Okay. Start talking to people that do this and tell them to do it if they can. It's a bid, right? You're gonna put it out for bid and stuff like that?
It's sure open bid, yeah.
Yeah.
It's federal money, yeah.
So, tell them you need half the time.
Yeah.
We're the ones paying for it.
This
Sir.
is the
The dog
The dog
park? Yes. Dog park.
so we really are not going to impact
It's not this year.
flooding in South Park till
This fiscal year.
2023.
No,
Next-
2022.
Next year.
Yeah,
Next
but
year.
that's the start date in March, right?
Yeah, start date to
8 months.
construct,
So
March, April, May, June.
another hurricane season next year, we're still going to go without.
Yeah, it'll be November of 2022 by the time it's done.
by the time it's
So
done.
this Hurricane season, next hurricane.
Yeah. And like I said, we're gonna try to expedite it, and we'll be well in their construction, digging out this pond and everything, so, it still should serve some benefit, during hurricane season.
But the 8 months would consist of everything.
Excuse me?
8 months.
No, start,
No,
Post-starting.
The 8 months is once you start construction to the end of construction.
Right, that's what I'm saying, everything, because that's the park, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so, excavation and all that would be done like 4 or 5 months. By the time they
Yeah.
finish the rest of it, would be the termination of 8 months.
Yeah.
So we would fall way ahead of next year's hurricane season. As long as we have the hole there is what we
Yeah,
want.
the hole
Oh,
should
but
be there.
You gotta
Yeah.
get the piping to get the water to the hole.
Yeah, the pipe and the hole should be,
Well, that's what they're both referring to. Like, we know the finish out, right?
Yeah.
The trees and
Yeah,
the pretty stuff.
yeah.
That may take you 4 to 8 months, but
Right.
the actual ability, which is what we're trying to get at, is
Yes.
we want you to make sure you understand that the hole has to be there and the
The
pipe
hole-
has to be there so it can serve its purpose.
Right, yes.
And
Exactly.
So you should be able to do that
That
sooner.
should be sooner, yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think that's where Amos is getting at, to get it faster. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Maybe
whole-
the sidewalk around, the fixtures
Yeah.
and all that will take a couple more months.
The hole in the
Yeah,
pipes
okay.
can be done, 4 or 5 months. And then utility projects, these are the utility projects that are under design. Underwater, we have the transmission line from the Eldora tank to the Expressway 83 tank. That's the main transmission line, and that's 90% complete. We should be going for construction early January. And then the new reservoir, that's closer to 90% complete, and also should be going out for construction in January. And that's also tied to Texas Water Development Board. On that one, they've already got all the agency coordination letters. So now we're just waiting for the Texas Water Development Board to just give us the green light. So environmentally speaking, we're well ahead of the game here. And like I said, we should be able to go out for bids early next year. And so this is the water line we talked about. This is the Expressway 83 tank. This is the Eldora tank. So we're putting a new transmission line direct from tank to tank. No connections off of this. This is to be able to help fill this tank sooner, have better pressures around the area. So this will help this area of North Far with the pressures. And so it's one of those projects funded through the Texas Water Development Board money, the 18 million we got for water, so it should be good. And then this is the new reservoir. This is right next to the existing reservoir. We're pretty much finalizing the design. As far as volume on this one, we're looking at about 55 to 60 million gallons. Originally, we thought it was going to be about 70 million, but 70 million would, require you do the whole space, and we want to save some for commercial. So, but the good thing is, once we get this one online, we'll be able to dredge this one, get it back to where it needed to be, and get the 70 millions out of this one. As you can see, this one kind of covered the whole track. So we build this one, we take this one out offline, clean it up, dredge it up, and then we'll have 2 new reservoirs with full capacity. And then lastly, the sewer projects under design. We got the North Central Lift Station Elimination Project, that's GIC, and then South Regional Lift Station Elimination Project, JNR Engineering. These are also 95% complete. Turn of the year, we should be able to go out for bids. These fall under the same umbrella of the environmental. So all our utility projects should be able to start construction once that environmental from Texas Water Development Board starts. And then I'll kind of discuss what the project entails on the north side. This is the Rudy's lift station. We're going to be relocating this new lift station, moving it farther back. The developer out here, the hotel, has given us a new easement for a new lift station. And we're going to be rerouting that, because the existing lift station is, under capacity. There's issues with accessibility to it. So we'll have a new access to the new lift station. And then we're going to be eliminating these lift stations, 29 and 33. So all this will be gravity system. This eliminates 2 lift stations, rehabs this one, relocates this one. And then we have another lift station that we're going to be eliminating here. This is lift station 1. This is over here on Juarez, Bell area. And you can see we're going to take this lift station offline and go gravity. We already have the deep line right here. This is an existing 36 sanitary sewer line. So all this area should be able to be served by gravity. So that's under design. On the south side, I know it's kind of hard to see here, but we're building a new gravity system. We're extending the line. Here on Dicker and I Road, we left the stub out, so we're going to continue this 36-inch gravity line up to Anaya, and then it turns into a 24-inch gravity line. And then this is also a 24, so it knocks out this lift station, and then this force main. All this flow that currently goes up here to an existing lift station will be diverted to this new deeper section. So that's going to alleviate a lot of this overflows issues we have with these small lift stations in here. And so this is another big project. And also, this line will be ready to serve our ETJ in the future. This will be deep enough, size with enough capacity to take care of all the sewer in our ETJ going east. And this is kind of, now we're going to talk about what's under construction. FY15 DAP, that's about an $8 million project. That's adding 2 new lanes, northbound lanes, and a second BSF exit. Our aquatic facility, that's about 88% complete. And then Northside Community Center. And I put some estimated completion date. This one we're looking more like end of September to be complete. This one's still on schedule of April 22. That's their original contract time. And then the Northside Community Center, we're looking at November of this year. So in a couple of months, we should be done with these projects. And I'm not sure you can see, but these are just some photos of inside the aquatic facility. You can kind of see the dive towers up here. Pretty impressive facility. Collegiate level pools, competition, NCAA officially compatible to their regs specs. And then you can kind of see some more pictures of where we're at. So it's moving along. We still need to get some work on the pools itself. But as you can see,
Those diving boards?
those are the diving boards.
Damn.
Yeah, those are a 10 meter and maybe a 20 meter. I'm not sure.
20 meter?
Wow.
It's a 3 meter to 10 meter.
3 meter and a 10 meter. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so those
20 meters is 30 feet high.
I don't know my
Cliff
international
diving,
units.
bro.
I stick to US units, but yeah, a 3 meter and 10 meter. And then these are the photos of the FY15 project. You can see we're adding the 2 new lanes, a lot of concrete being poured. Almost done with the new concrete. There'll be 2 new booths in this area for more traffic, more lanes. And so we're moving along pretty good on this project. And you can kind of see, the flow of traffic. So this is going to open up some more lanes to add more throughput in here. And I know TxDOT is working on their project, the BSF exit, and they're looking to be complete by July. So our project is going to be completed before TxDOT. So our second BSF exit will be probably utilized sooner, and you can kind of see where that exit's going to be at. You're coming in here, so we're going to be crossing right in here and then you got the BSIP. So we're moving along pretty good. These are just other pictures. And then Northside Community, this is the project over there off of Nolana. It's composed of an amphitheater, facility, and then a fountain facility. And you can see this is the amphitheater being constructed. You got the fountain, and it's gonna be like a French garden theme. So it's gonna, have a lot of trees, real nice fountain up front. And so this one should be complete by November. And then now let's talk about the unfunded CIPs. This is kind of the wish list or what we're proposing for this coming year. We're going to start off with transportation improvement projects. What we're looking at for next year is Raiders Drive. That's extending it from Eldora to Sioux Road. We got South Sugar Road. That's going from Trancasa, the High Line, to Military. Jones Box Roadway, it's a little roadway we want to add to help congestion when we have large events. It's kind of hard to navigate through the local streets there. Ramos Esperanza Street, this is some other projects we're looking at. Year 6 repaving, this is just to add more repaving. As Mr. Riley mentioned, with rain and deterioration, a lot of the streets, that were repaved, a couple years, 5-6 years ago, are now due for another repaving. And there's also other streets that didn't get paved during the first 5-year repaving program. So we're looking at about 1.5, and I don't know if that got cut down to half of that, but this is kind of what we're looking at.
Omar, Sugar Road, when are we starting now?
No, that's we would start the design if it got funded. We would start the design this year, and then go out for construction next year.
I thought we were going to start that one this year.
Was we get the
Started to
permission to get the right of way? We're negotiating that right now, and the design, but the actual construction is still unfunded. We're gonna do it this year. We need to find the money for it.
And then just a smaller project, repaving of the public utilities parking lot in that area. It's need for some TLC, so that's about 50,000. And so total on transportation, looking at about 4.6 million. And this is kind of the project. So this is the Raiders Drive extension. We would go from Eldora. We have to build a new bridge here and then connect to Sioux Road. So this will alleviate, have some north-south corridors. And, we have a lot of east-west, but not a lot of north-south. So this will allow to move traffic north and south. This one didn't show the other projects. I guess they got cut off, but I can, I don't know if they're on your slideshow, the South Sugar Road and the other projects. Yeah, they are. Okay. So if there's any questions on the other projects, feel free to ask me. They're not on the presentation. Okay. Facilities, a new gun range. I know PD's been looking to add a new gun range to their operations. We looked at what a state-of-the-art gun range would cost with that building and, state-of-the-art targets and stuff like that. And so we're looking at about 4.2 million for a gun range.
Is that gun range going to be for the public or just for the police department?
Right now, just for the police department, I have a meeting with the STC president Wednesday to go over, see if we can, it's supposed to be at the STC campus. They committed to do it, so we'll probably piggyback with them.
Fire administration, fire station number 1. We're looking at fire station number 1, the one off of 495. I know that's in need of upgrading and whatnot, and I know Pilar's looking to update his operation, so we're looking to combine fire administration and fire station number 1. And I don't know if you want to elaborate a little bit, Pilar, on kind of what that will entail. Maybe was it like 10,000 square feet?
Yeah, so fire station number 1 is a 4,500 square foot building that was built in 1978. It was a pre-engineered building and it's got a lot of maintenance issues, leaky roofs. Finished floor elevation was too low and so it floods quite frequently. So we need a facility, and then the overhead bay doors are too narrow, too short. So the new modern apparatus have a tough time fitting in there. It was designed for smaller fire trucks in the 70s. So that needs to be replaced. And then administrative wise, we're looking at a 15,000 square foot administrative building to house the existing staff and make room at City Hall for City Hall expansion.
Where's this one located? The station number 1?
Station number 1 is on
495 Raiders
Nights.
Drive.
495. But what about the original? Doesn't that need to be renovated? I mean, we need to do. That
Central?
one's old also, that's rough.
Central Station,
Central Station, yeah.
1983, it was designed for 4 firefighters, and now we have 8. And so it's too small also, same issue.
Yeah, we're aware they need to be renovated, but which is priority?
Number 1.
And we can't do them all. And Central Station, to do the expansion, we need to buy the house to the west of that and the one to the north of that one. They completely close off that street between the two.
Yeah, we still got it, we're trying to get that property back from the county, aren't we?
Yes, sir. That's for Station 1 up there, yeah.
Yes, Station 1. Far North Sports Complex. This is the Golazo that we bought. I think it's just to make more upgrades, install basketball courts, and redo that whole interior to allow for more amenities for basketball and stuff like that. If we can't work things out with PSJ, this gives us an avenue to do our own thing. But I think if Sergio, you want to expand on this one, or I think.
Yeah, so the inside of the building, it's basically all turf. It was a soccer field, there's a whole life of it. So we just kind of want to redo all that. So so that so it can lend itself to do our other sports, volleyball, basketball, stuff like that. We have to install some goals and flooring, stuff like that. So, the indoor part.
Citywide monuments, these are like the signs similar to the one at Top Golf, the Welcome to FAR. So we know we want to add one over at Owassa and Jackson on the southeast corner. That's where, Edinburgh and McAllen intersect, so we want to kind of show one there. And then, other locations to be determined, but, we're budgeting, 2 or 3 those monuments. Citywide HVAC replacement, this is just to do upgrade, air cons and stuff throughout citywide facilities. We started with phase 1, that was about 300,000. So we're looking at about another 300,000 for controls, new ACs to, optimize the system citywide, more energy efficiency, stuff like that. The old Texan Hotel, I know we bought that building, so this is what we're estimating to renovate it, do a state-of-the-art facility, about $4 million. And then City Hall improvements is to upgrade, the second, third floor, paint them, kind of get them up to par with like the first floor, just a facelift for City Hall. And then, potentially the new golf course clubhouse design only, that would be about 500,000. And so facility-wise, you're looking at about 14.5 million when you add the engineering fees, closer to 15, 16 million in cost. Yeah, all unfunded right now. So these are just projects. Parks projects, lighting upgrades at all the parks. This is to go back to the Musco lighting. Those are the Cadillacs for lighting the sports field. They don't come cheap. These are about $2 million to get all our parks up to par with the latest Musco lighting. I know right now they have those LED lights that were done by that other company. I can't remember their name, but they don't have the illumination needed to have, bright sports fields. So, this will get us back to upgrading our parks. And then we added this. These are the street archways, the lighting. These are to, add more of those archways that we have kind of in front of City Hall, further down the street to kind of get that same vibe going with the archways for lighting, anything we want to do. This is just, budgeting 10 a year at about $50,000 a piece. So that comes out to about 500,000. And these will go, not necessarily, it can be in South Park too. We want to put some in South Park and North Park, just to kind of get that corridor all the way from downtown all the way to South Park. And then proposed utility projects. These are some, projects that are highly needed. Obviously, we have already some expensive projects going on, but this is just to continue with that progress we're doing. We're looking at a lift station elimination project, 4 lift stations, and we'll go over the details. That's about 6.5 million. And then some lift station rehab. We got 3 lift stations that are in bad shape that need rehab. These are TCQ concerns that we need to address, and that's about 1.4 million. So total of 3 lift stations for the rehab. And so that's about $7.9 million. And the project we're looking at, I know it's kind of hard to see, but this is Hall Acres. We have a lift station here on Hall Acres. This is Cage right here. So we're looking to eliminate this lift station and go gravity all the way to the plant. And then we have this lift station on Moore. This is where the sports park is. This is an old lift station as well that we could eliminate, and we would go gravity down the canal. And then you got this lift station at the golf course that can get eliminated. And then you have a lift station inside the plant. So eliminating these 4 lift stations, going gravity. We're currently under the design to build a new headwork lift station. So this lift station is going to be built deep enough. So if this project, and it can be phased out. You don't have to do them all at once. You can start off with one, whichever one, and work your way through. But right now we're designing this lift station deep enough for the future.
But once we start eliminating lift stations, this project kind of pays for itself.
Generally speaking, yes, because the maintenance that goes into the lift station, that's a yearly occurrence.
Expense.
Motors, electricity, pump electricity, maintaining them. So in the long run, they do pay for themselves, but they do cost a bit upfront. So I said these are some potential projects we're looking at. And then, lastly, there's 3 lift stations that the utilities department indicated are in need of rehab. So those are a must do. Those need, you can't neglect TCQ violations. They're not there yet, but we don't want to get there yet. We want to beat them to the punch. And then lastly, this is kind of a summary of all the different areas we're looking at: transportation, facility improvements, park improvements, public utilities improvement. So you're kind of looking at close to 30 million unfunded. So that's the projects we discussed right now. That's what we're looking at. There
We'll
any
get there.
questions?
So we'll get there.
Yes, sir.
30 million. You
30
haven't
million.
addressed anything relating to lighting in different subdivisions where they complain about not enough lighting in the streets. Is there anything that we're addressing?
We
Any
have
areas?
$100,000. Which was it, Carla? The street lighting. 100,000. We have $100,000 in street lighting that we're adding to South Far along 281, and it's apparently where people request them, if they need them. A lot of people request, and they want a light pole like right in front of their house, and there's already 2. So, but where they need them, we have money for them.
It seemed like part of the problem is that we have some lighting, like the lighting I have next to my house in the street on Ridge Road. Hardly gives any light. It seemed like it's a yellow light that doesn't really light up anything. And it seemed like that's the problem with some of the areas where the lighting that we have, even though there's a light there, but it doesn't really light very much.
Yeah, we'll adjust it with AP. They're changing everything over to LEDs.
To LED, yeah. And those are a lot more.
Those are a lot better.
Better.
But it seems like it takes forever.
Put your own light.
Oh, but it's throughout the city. I see it throughout the city that the lighting is real bad in some areas, and that's why they complain, because you can't, there's no lighting. There's a light, there's hardly any.
Yeah,
light.
a lot of times they're out too, and it takes AP weeks to get them fixed, or Magic Valley.
Yeah, like Mr. Wiley mentioned, AEP has a program with they're going to LED. Magic Valley is barely kind of getting into that. They're piloting it. So AEP is a little bit more far along with the LED lighting. So it's just a matter of coordinating with them, see how much it will cost to retrofit these to LEDs.
Okay, so any particular department you all want to hear from? Now's the time. No? Okay. So Mayor left, he had to go. Chavez is not here, so that leaves Bobby as alternate mayor pro temp extraordinaire. So we need to go into executive, so you can take us in.
What?
Read the,
They take us into executive.
so read the thing
Oh,
for
we're
a
going to
second.
executive session.
Executive session.
In accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 to .087, the FAR City Commission hereby give notice that it will now meet in a closed, non-public executive session to discuss the items listed on the public portion of the meeting agenda.
Yeah, usually those.
This is now
Yeah.
11:44 a.m.
Thank you. And Mayor, Commissioners, or Commissioners in the back room, where we're going to Not even 2 yet, right?
Move to adjourn.
You ready? Ready? Okay, it's 2:05 and we'll convene back into our regular scheduled budget meeting.
Yes, sir, that's all the budget workshop we have for y'all, and we're done.
Okay, we're good. Motion adjourned?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank
See
you.
you all at the meeting.